All right, time is 7:02. Now turning over to 7:03 on this Monday evening. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here, and wanted to talk about our severe weather potential and now some ongoing severe weather through the rest of this evening. So just about 30 seconds ago, we got an extension of this severe thunderstorm warning into northern Burnett County. So we will start with this, and again, this is just kind of the very beginning. I'm expecting a more organized line of storms to develop later on this evening. That will sweep through with a more widespread opportunity for damaging wind gust and perhaps even an isolated tornado or two. So here's the warning. This does not include Town and Burnett, and this is really north of Lake Buchanan. So this is between Burnett and Lampasas, the far northern part of the county. This storm has a potential to produce winds up to 60 miles per hour and hail up to $half size. This is moving east at about 35. So that's the first thing we'll do is we will toss a storm track on this one. And then I know this is just an isolated storm. We'll get you backed out here and oriented with everything else coming up here in just a moment. So here we go. We will trace this forward going about 35. So this is heading towards Lake Victor and perhaps Ocala here if this thing stays together. So here's a look at some possible timing for you. Now let's back out the view. And I'll show you what else we have going on here. Again, this is just the beginning here. We have additional, essentially scattered storms that are developing over about to be northern Gillespie County and parts of Mason County. These storms are developing right along our cold front, and as this pushes farther eastward, this will gel into a line of storms. We call it a squall line. That's what will push through the Austin metro later on this evening, and that's what will bring our severe weather threat. Also a new update for you. Since our 6 o'clock show, we got another note from the Storm Prediction Center, the SPC. They say that a watch, likely a severe thunderstorm watch, is likely coming soon for this red highlighted area. And that would include essentially the northern I-35 corridor, the Austin area, Georgetown, likely Bastrop County, Lee County, and Milam County, at least, if not some areas farther south. So we will watch for that potential for you coming up through the rest of this evening. So here's the line of storms that's beginning to form. That's some good rain coming into Mason County right now and Town in Mason, but that is not severe at the moment. All of this developing right along our cold front. So this is the official boundary that is now moving in, taking advantage of this warm, humid air mass that we have in place. And that is why we have the slight risk, or the level 2 out of 5 risk for strong to severe storms through the rest of this evening. So what we want to do here is we will go through the timeline for you, and we'll talk about, again, some of the impacts here. So here we go. This is the latest run of our model, and what this is not doing well is picking up on the ongoing storms across the hill country. So the timing here may even be a little bit sped up, so 8 to especially 9. At that point, these scattered storms that we're now tracking in the hill country are gelling into that more organized line. So we have this line of storms developing just west of the I-35 corridor, and they could be moving into the Austin area around 9 or 10, if not earlier. Again, my original severe weather window was about 9 p.m., the beginning of the main line of storms, but based on the fact that we already have this going up across the hill country, we may need to accelerate the timing here a little bit. So here's 10 o'clock. 11 p.m. This line of storms moving eastward. It could be in parts of Caldwell County, Bastrop County, Lee County. Gusty winds. If we get a little twist in the line, there could be an isolated tornado threat, and it could be strengthening as it moves away to the east. So here's midnight, and then honestly midnight, 12:30 will probably do it, but we'll officially close our severe weather window around 1 a.m. tonight. Tomorrow morning, whole different feel. We're in the 50s. It's windy. It's cooler. And speaking of the wind, this is really kind of a two-pronged forecast. We have the severe weather potential that's going to take us now through about 1 a.m. But then behind the storms, we have non-thunderstorm winds that could be really, really strong tonight, which is why we have a wind advisory. Again, this is separate. So could you have a thunderstorm with strong winds? Yes. These are the winds behind the storms and behind the cold front, which could be sustained as high as 20 to 30. And could gust as high as 50 miles per hour. So is that going to cause, major structural damage? No, but that could cause some minor damage, limbs and small branches and stuff like that blown down that can fall on stuff. And then we're about a week away from Halloween. So I know folks could have, scarecrows, pumpkins, any sort of Halloween decorations out in the yard. 50-mile-per-hour winds are certainly enough to blow that stuff around. So my advice to you is before going to bed tonight, honestly, I'd do it right now because we have these storms developing. Get in your Halloween decorations. If you can, I'd bring them in. If not, make sure they're secured and tied down because if not, you might be going about 5 blocks to the east trying to find these tomorrow. So our model is picking up on this well and is showing by 11 p.m. Here, let's get the pointer. The front's going to be right around here. So again, there could be strong storms with wind along the front, but then back behind it, we have 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts possible. The latest run of our model is backed off on the eastward extent of that. It's going to be close for the Austin Metro if the breeziest weather makes it in. But look at that. Our model is printing out maybe 50 mile per hour wind gusts by 2 a.m. tonight in Fredericksburg. That is big time wind. It's real breezy tomorrow morning. Honestly, the whole day is going to be pretty windy, but the windiest weather will be in the morning, 20 to 30, and then the numbers die down as we go evening into the overnight. So rainfall potential here. If you get under one of these good storms, we're looking at a quick 1/4 inch to an inch plus of rain. We don't have flooding issues tonight, though, because these storms will be moving through at a pretty quick pace, honestly. So if you're just now joining us, we now have a severe thunderstorm warning, which includes northern Llano and northern Burnett County. This is the far, far northern edge of our viewing area. This is a storm producing hail that could be $half size and wind gusts that could be up to 60 miles per hour. It is about to move from San Saba County into far northern Burnett County. If you live in town in Burnett, this is not going to be an issue for you on this current path. Storms later tonight could be, but this storm is not going to affect you right now. But this is a hail producer and a wind producer. Speaking of, let's get in here. Yeah, we're going to be right on the edge here. Let's switch radars over here. Yeah, we're kind of right on the edge here as far as getting the velocity figured out. You're not going to get a good velocity perspective on that. We can get a hail core for you. Again, it's a small hail core. Look at that, a very compact hail core. But this could be, the National Weather Service is saying up to $half size. That'd be about 1.25 inches. So this is picking up on, our radar estimate is picking up on maybe inch diameter hail. So that'd be, again, 1/4. If you get up above that, we're looking at closer to $half size hail. And this warning will go until 8 p.m. moving east at about 35. So Lake Victor, it's going to be close for you. This storm could impact you. It's going to be north of Lake Buchanan, but this is going to cross over 281. It's going to be probably right around Lake Victor, and then if not that, then north up into Lampasas. And again, this is right on the edge of our area, but for northern Burnett County and northern Llano County, we just want to give you a heads up that we have this storm producing hail and gusty winds that could impact you. Outside of that, this is kind of the next storm that I'm watching. It's got my attention. Not severe right now. I don't see a big hail core, but that's a big, loud storm over central Mason County. It's got heavy rain. It's got lightning. If that develops a bigger hail core, then we could see that one catch a warning here before too long as well. And this is just the initial development. So it's kind of scattered right now. You can already see it's starting to form into a line. So this will gel together into that big line of storms, and that's what's going to blow through the Austin area and the I-35 corridor later on this evening. All right, looking through the comments here. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, please let us know here. We'll be in the Weather Center all night for you tonight, obviously watching these storms as they come in. So we'll do this quick live update for you. We'll probably let you go, and we'll keep this stream running. We'll keep a radar loop going, and we'll just hop on and off as needed. If we start getting a bunch more warnings, obviously we'll hop on here and we'll do some wall-to-wall coverage for you. But for now, we have just the one warning, which is northern Llano, northern Burnett County until 8 p.m. This is really close where the brunt of the storm is not going to, it's just close. It's right on that northern county line of Burnett County up into Lampasas County. So for most folks who watch us here in the KVUE area, this particular storm is not going to be an issue, but I'm already watching back behind it. Yeah, we're starting to get a little hail core developing here south of Mason. So I would imagine this one could be kind of the next up here as far as getting a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Yeah, that's going to be sub-severe hail right now. That's probably less than 1/4 inch hail, maybe 1/2 inch in diameter hail. But if that ramps up, or if we start to see some gusty winds develop in there, that would be the next up as far as storms that we're watching for you. Little broad rotation in there too. So again, when you get a line of storms that's going to develop like this, the main issue is gusty straight line winds. But when you get a line, if you get a little twist in the line, and we also have some of that tropical influence from Roslyn, which remember the remnants essentially have moved into central Texas helping to supply this moisture, got a little extra spin in the atmosphere, so that could be enough in some instances to give you an isolated tornado. So we're going to have to watch that potential for you through the rest of this evening. Here's a note from the National Weather Service on this Mason storm. So they issued a special weather statement for it. Remember, that's kind of like the flood advisory, so that's a step down below the severe thunderstorm warning. They are saying wind gust up to 50 and nickel-size hail possible. So that's going to impact places like Mason and Cherokee, places like that, as that storm is moving northeast at about 50. Here we'll do a storm track for you on this. Then we'll go into the models one more time and walk you through the timeline as far as the evolution of this. Yeah, that hail core continues to strengthen. Y'all, I would not be surprised if we get another T-storm warning on this here before too long. So let's go northeast. How strong is this one go? How fast? Northeast at about 50. Yeah, this one's moving a little faster, so we'll do about like that. So in Mason, this is going to skirt by town, especially on the south side of town. It's going to head towards Hedwig's Hill, Pontotoc, the Castell area. I want to give you guys a heads up that this storm, not severe right now, but it's got a hail core that I'm watching for you, and it has wind gusts that could be up around 50 miles per hour right now. Okay, so as far as moving forward, again, the Storm Prediction Center says we are likely to get an extension of that severe thunderstorm watch as this line of storms is now starting to take shape. I mean, you can really see it here on the 3-hour loop. You see the way that this is trending. It's scattered storms that are gelling together, so this is going to be an organized line of storms that blows through here later on this evening. And by 9 or 10, this could be into the Austin metro area with gusty wind potential and maybe an isolated tornado. Here's 11 p.m., midnight, then after midnight, really 12:30 to 1, I think this severe weather threat for us is going to start to wind down as these storms move away from us to the east. Behind the storms, though, there's still wind potential here. Again, non-thunderstorm winds that could be 50 miles per hour, if not maybe a little bit higher, especially for our western hill country counties. So that is certainly enough to knock down some tree limbs, stuff like that, and Halloween decorations. If you have any of those out, I recommend bringing them in or at least getting it secured down. If not, that is going to be in your neighbor's yard, if not farther away by tomorrow morning with these winds. So that could be 40 to 50. Look at this behind the front, 11 p.m. midnight. Our model is showing 50 mile per hour wind gusts for the Fredericksburg area. Really breezy weather tomorrow morning, and it's just going to be a whole different feel with temperatures in the 50s, if not upper 40s by tomorrow morning. Here's our 7-day forecast. So I'll walk you through this, then we're going to get you back to the radar loop, and again, we'll pop on and off of here as needed through tonight. If we start getting a bunch of warnings at once, we'll hop on here. We'll just go live wall-to-wall coverage for you. But behind our storm chance tonight, pretty nice for the middle of the week. We'll watch the fire danger. It's going to be breezy still, much cooler. Mornings in the 40s and 50s, afternoons 70s, low 80s. But then another cold front coming in on Friday, and I'll tell you, this will be another one we need to watch, guys. Could have some strong storm potential with it as well. After all, this is October, and then we're looking nice and fall-like again as we head into the weekend, and an early look ahead to Halloween is showing a high of around 81 degrees. Mostly sunny skies, should not have any rain issues as we see it right now. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a radar loop set up for you guys, and we will get the stream set up so that it's just looping through the radar data for you, and that means there will be no audio. I'm going to take care of some of our weather blog stuff real quick, and then we'll just have frequent updates through the rest of tonight. If we start getting more warnings issued again, we'll hop on here and we'll stay on as long as needed. So we will be in here for you in the Weather Center tonight. Okay, I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to cut the mic. We will have more updates for you through the rest of tonight. We'll get the radar stream set up for you. Full write-up on everything on KVUE.com and the KVUE app. And we will keep you posted through the rest of tonight. Talk to you later. All right, a good Monday evening to everybody. Time is 8:44 right now. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. Wanted to give you some updates on severe weather that is rolling into central Texas right now. Really want to give you a heads up if you live in northern Williamson County. This is where we have a severe storm that's moving in. This just moved into the Florence area. Next up, it's heading towards Sun City and Gerald. This storm is producing some very strong winds. I've seen some velocities, some wind estimates up in this storm that are upwards of 60, maybe 65 miles per hour. So that's the type of wind that is blowing in with this storm. Also could have some small hail in there. And then I'm also watching a little bit of broad rotation. You see a little bit of a little twist in the line there that just moved through Florence. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is not a tornado warning. But again, anytime we get a little twist like that where we've got the rotation that's showing a little bit of twist there in the storm, we'll have to keep an eye on things for perhaps a little bit of a spin up there. So watch all of that very closely for you. But if you live in Sun City, if you live in Gerald, if you live in Wahlberg, this severe storm is heading your way. Tons of lightning. I'm getting all sorts of people saying that they hear the thunder, they see the lightning off in the distance. These are the storms that you're seeing. Now, this is the only storm right now that we have which is severe. We do have strong but non-severe storms down towards southern Burnett County, into northern Blanco County, and then back into Gillespie County. These storms are not severe, but they're strong. In fact, we're getting a little outflow boundary which is developing there. It's now heading into western Travis County. That's going to be the leading edge of gusty winds, and as this moves in, it's like what we've been talking about all day. We expect that these kind of scattered storms gel together into a line of strong storms, and as we get this organized line of storms, that typically ramps up the straight line wind potential. And again, embedded within that, there could be an isolated tornado or two if you get a little bit of rotation, a little bit of twist going on in the line. So we are live streaming right now on our app, on our website, on Facebook. I'm looking at the Facebook comments right now. Lisa says Cedar Park sounds like a train is coming in. Yeah, these are loud thunderstorms, that is for sure. Alex said earlier some hail in Killeen. So initially we had a severe thunderstorm warning for far northern Burnett County. These have built back down to the south, and there we go. We have a tornado warning for northern Williamson County. So we're going to keep this stream up. I'm going to switch you over. We're going to hop live on KVUE right now, and we're going to go live on our web platform as well as on the TV here. So we'll keep you updated, and I'll be right back in just 1 second. And there's the signature. That is textbook right now, where we have this line of storms and it's moving into Gerald right now. That is exhibiting some rotation here. So if you live in Granger, if you live in Gerald especially, we need you to take shelter right now. So what we'll do is we'll get you zoomed in here. We'll tell you exactly where this storm is. So this is a storm that earlier was severe warned, and now we're seeing that this has some more organized rotation to it. This is north of Sun City, and Gerald, you have a little bit of time, but this is a pretty strong signature where we have rotation here. This is not a confirmed tornado yet, but let's treat this like this is down for sure. This is heading right towards Gerald. So Gerald, there's a brand new scan. You see how fast this is moving. Gerald, I need you to be sheltered right now as this tornado warned storm is moving in. It's going to cross over I-35 in the Gerald area here in 5 minutes, if not sooner. So what we'll do here is we'll get in on the velocity. We'll see exactly where the spin is and what those numbers are looking like. So here it is for you. We're watching right here. We'll actually draw it on there for you where you can see the spin here in this storm. This is going to be right on the south side of Gerald, and this is going to cross over the interstate. So this is where the spin is. It's going to cross over I-35. So right now, if you know anybody that is driving on I-35 that's near the Gerald area, make sure they pull off. We don't want anybody driving into a storm, especially at night. It's not a situation where you can see these things coming. So we want to make sure you are sheltered if you live in that area, if you know anybody that is driving in that area. So here's the radar signature for you. Let's get zoomed in and we will call out some roads for you. So right here, this is going to be FM 487, the rotation very close to here. So don't wait for us to call your exact road. If you recognize any of these as your neighborhood, want you to be sheltered. County Road 370 right now, need you to be sheltered. We're also looking at Stockton Road, where we need you to be sheltered immediately. And this is going to take it very close to town in Gerald. So Gerald is right here. The rotation is going to cross very close to town, if not just on the south side of town. Meadow Valley Loop needs you to be sheltered right now. We also have 151st Street where we need you to be sheltered immediately. Again, for anybody just now tuning in, we have a tornado warning for northern Williamson County. This is a storm that is heading right towards the Gerald area. This is New Corn Hill. This is Gerald. This right here is I-35. So this storm is tracking right towards Gerald, if not the south side of town. But it's going to be a very, very close call where we need you to be sheltered immediately if you live here in northern Williamson County. This right now is the only severe storm that we have. Okay, so north of Georgetown up to the Williamson County line, that's the tornado warning. Round Rock, Austin, no warnings for you right now, but the urgency for us is right now in Gerald, where we need you to be sheltered as we have a storm that could certainly be producing a tornado. It has very pronounced rotation to it that is moving in as we speak. So this is our velocity mode of the radar. You can see the spin here. So it's circulating right here. This is where the circulation is strongest. This is Gerald. So south side of town. This right now, remember, lags a couple of minutes behind, is probably crossing over I-35 as we speak. So New Corn Hill, especially if you live just to the north of town, we need you to be sheltered immediately. Let's get in as close as we can, and we'll try and pull up some of these roads for you. County Road 310, we need you sheltered. County Road 314. Any of these areas right around I-35. County Road 312, Little Road. Any of these. If you recognize this or if you know somebody who lives in this part of Williamson County near the Gerald area, we need you to be sheltered right now. Now, if you are outside of this warning, you probably see all sorts of lightning. Folks have been sending us all sorts of messages as far as seeing lightning and hearing thunder in the distance from these storms. But this is the only severe storm that we have right now, but this is the one that has all of our attention because it has a pretty strong rotation signature to it that is about to cross over I-35 near or just south of Gerald. Obviously, this is a town that has a huge history with tornadoes, so everybody up here takes them seriously. But if you live in town or if you live on the south side of Gerald, our word to you is you need to be sheltered right now. We'll pull up some of the stats on this one as far as what else the warning includes. So, Gerald, we told you, you need to be sheltered right now. Let's see if we can get you warned a little bit ahead of that, though, farther down the line. If it holds together, it could be northern Williamson County, likely north of Granger, but Granger, if I lived in Granger, I'd go ahead and make sure I was in my safe place right now. And it's the same thing that we always tell y'all. An interior room, put as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible, and make sure you are away from windows. Now, as this is going to cross over I-35 shortly, we don't want anybody driving. So if you live in this area, be sheltered. If you don't live in this area and you know somebody who maybe is driving up north of Georgetown in this area, make sure they are off the road. We do not want anybody driving into a tornado at night. Brand new scan, so it has now crossed over I-35. That's how quickly this is moving. So looks like it passed just south of Gerald. We'll get in on the velocity here and see where the spin is. And it has broadened out a little bit. So that's the situation when you have fast-moving, straight-line storms like this, is you'll get a little bit of a twist in the line, a little bit of rotation, and that's enough for a quick spin-up tornado, and then it can kind of broaden out. Now, that's not to say that there's not a tornado here. There still could be. But aside from that, I'm watching pretty significant straight-line wind potential near New Corn Hill in northern Williamson County. Our radar is estimating anywhere from 65 to 75 mile-per-hour winds here. So outside of just the tornado potential, even if the tornado has lifted, these are very substantial winds. We need to make sure everybody is inside. Again, get away from windows and interior room, and nobody needs to be driving at night when we have a big dangerous storm like this that is rolling through. So as far as where the warning includes and how long this is going to go for, this is only northern Williamson County, and it will go until 9:30, so another 34 minutes or so on this. But it may be a situation, if this keeps riding to the northeast, we could get it out of Williamson County. But for now, Granger, I need you sheltered. This just passed just barely south of Gerald, so let's stay in your safe place in Gerald, because even on the backside of this, we could have some really gusty straight-line winds that are blowing in around the Gerald area. So give us another 15-20 minutes. Stay sheltered. Don't want anybody walking out too early while we still have dangerous weather conditions on. Stay sheltered and let this pass through. And that's the good news with the storms that we're tracking for you tonight. They have, again, these are strong storms. They could even produce spin-up tornadoes, but they're moving very quickly. So if you shelter, they're going to blow through. Give it 15-30 minutes and they will move out of the area. But as far as what we have for you right now, this is a still very significant velocity signature that we have, where at the very least, we still have very strong straight line winds right around New Corn Hill. Top into the National Weather Service chat real quick. We'll see if they are picking up on anything. They're exactly what we were saying. They're saying rotational signature now east of I-35. They're saying there could have been a little debris signature that takes place. So let's pull that up. So what we're going to do is go to our correlation coefficient. This is picking up if there was any lofted debris, and it's just hard to tell sometimes, where maybe as this was approaching Gerald, you could have had a little bit of lofted debris there in those lighter colors. That would, of course, be an indication that the tornado was down. Not seeing anything substantial enough to be definitive on that just yet. But regardless of if this thing is producing a debris signature, we still need everyone to be sheltered in northern Williamson County. Gerald, still want you to stay sheltered. New Corn Hill, still want you to stay sheltered. This warning goes until 9:30. But honestly, I think that we will get this out of northern Williamson County probably before then, as this storm has more of a northeastern component of motion to it. Let's actually, we'll pick up some of the speeds here. We'll see which direction they're saying this thing is moving. Still saying that this is a radar indicated tornado moving east at about 60 miles per hour. That is how fast this storm is moving. So this will be out in northern Williamson County here shortly. But this is going to bring up a good point. And here, once we get this warning out of Williamson County, we'll be able to do a reset and show you the rest. We have some non-severe storms that go back down into southern Williamson County and now moving into parts of western Travis County. When you have storms that are already moving at 60 miles per hour, think about how much forward momentum these storms already have. That makes it easier for you to get gusty straight line winds. We've already had plenty of evidence of that today. Then if you get a little bit of a twist there, that's enough for a quick spin up tornado. And it looks like that is likely what happened there south of Gerald. We're now trying to get this to move out of northern Williamson County. So the tornado warning for now continues until 9:30. These are the non-severe storms now that are moving quickly right over Lake Travis now. Non-severe storms, but still gusty non-severe winds that could be 40 to 50 miles per hour that are moving into Western Travis County, these will very quickly be in the Austin metro here, give it another 30-45 minutes, if that. Again, these storms are moving at about 60 miles per hour. And then Blanco, same deal, non-severe storm, but this is going to make it into Hayes County. But as of now, all of our attention is on northern Williamson County, where we have a tornado warning. This was prompted just a few minutes ago as we had a pretty strong signature of rotation pass through the Gerald area, and look how fast that has moved. Again, moving east at 60. This thing is already almost out of Williamson County, but still, if you're watching us in Granger, I just want you to let's be abundantly safe here. This is not the rotation down here, but this is still gusty straight line winds. So let's treat this like a bare minimum severe thunderstorm warning, but up here still the rotation that is now east of Gerald. We want everybody in northern Williamson County to go ahead and make sure you're in your safe place. We are now coming up on 9 o'clock at night, so hopefully most folks are at home. But if you live in this area, make sure you're in an interior room, as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. And make sure you're hunkered down as this storm is moving through, because it has quite a bit of wind potential here. And that's going to be my main concern through the rest of this evening. In addition to the spin-up tornado threat, we could have one or two of those, as we've seen. But the more widespread threat is going to be the gusty wind potential that could be up to 60 or 70 miles per hour. So we're getting really close to the radar site here, so that gives us a little bit of an advantage in some ways as we are getting really close, really low data in the storm. So what we're seeing here in the storm is essentially just a couple hundred feet, a couple thousand feet off of ground level here. So these winds are very likely translating down to ground level. Wow, look at that. We'll see if that may have been a little bit of an anomaly there. Our system is picking up, but I believe we're getting a little bit of scattering there. We are likely not dealing with winds that are that strong, over 100 miles per hour, but 65 to 70 mile per hour winds are certainly possible. Again, getting a little bit of some scattering here just because we're so close to the radar there, which is east of Granger. But it's the same deal. If you live anywhere in this area in northern Williamson County, we want to make sure you are sheltered immediately, as we have a tornado warning that is in effect until 9:30. So let me trace this back for you. So this was just prior, this was about that was about 7 minutes ago. The rotation was right here near New Corn Hill. Let's go another scan, and you'll see that this quickly has moved east. So what was the rotation is essentially right in here, right on the Williamson County line. So that's going to move out of Williamson County, and the signature, as far as the tornado signature, is not quite as pronounced as what we had earlier. Now, all of this, where you see the blue, and this is going to cross over 95. So from Bartlett down to Granger, this is going to be really substantial straight line winds. I'm not as concerned right now about a tornado in here in this area, but I am concerned about straight line winds that could be 60 to 70 plus miles per hour that are going to cross over the 95 area and will cross very close to the Granger area. So let's back you out again. Just want to give everybody a heads up for anybody that is just tuning in. If you have storms that are moving into your area right now in Travis County, these are strong. I want you inside, but these are not severe. They're going to get here into the Austin area here shortly. We'll watch and see if these could escalate a bit more, if there could be some winds strong enough to prompt maybe a severe thunderstorm warning. But I'm not seeing rotation in here right now, and we don't have winds that are strong enough over 60 miles per hour to give us a severe thunderstorm warning. Same thing from Dripping Springs to Blanco. This is a significant storm, but that is not severe weather. The severe storm right now is in northern Williamson County, where earlier we had a significant tornado signature that passed likely just south of the Gerald area. The area that was rotating is now passing. It's essentially right on. We'll slow this down a little bit just so you can see the trajectory. We'll get to the slow radar loop. Let this reset. So you're going to see the hook here. Watch it cross over 35. There's the hook. And now it's right on the Williamson County line. So this is between Granger and Holland, and this is about to move north of Williamson County, which will get it out of our KVUE area. But down here, what's moving into Granger, this is not rotating in the same way, but this is still really significant wind. So if you live anywhere here at Granger, right along the 95 corridor here in northern Williamson County, I need you to be sheltered right now. You're under a tornado warning, and there we go. So that's an extension of the tornado warning. Like I told you, that is now out of Williamson County. So the threat for the tornado is now shifting north of our KVUE area. So the rotation is going to be right around here. That's going to move out of Williamson County. So that will, at least briefly, be north of Williamson County. But if it holds together, we're going to stay with you because this could cross back into Milam County. So Cameron, you're on the edge right now of a severe thunderstorm warning. And then north of Thorndale, this is the extension of the tornado warning that is in Milam County. But this will briefly get out of our KVUE area, but we're going to stay with you because if this thing moves back into Milam County, then it's back a problem that we need to watch again. Outside of the rotation, like I told you, this coming into Granger now is still really strong wind potential in here. So let's go back to our velocity. Anywhere where you see these blues in here, we're getting really close to the radar here. So this is pretty low in the air. This is strong wind potential coming right into Granger. That could be anywhere from 60 to maybe upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds. And this is going to cross right over our radar site. But the immediate threat for a tornado is now about to pass out of Williamson County. Now, if you live in Bartlett right now, anywhere from Granger north up 95 to Bartlett, still needs you to be sheltered. This right here is essentially where the rotation is. It's going to cross out of Williamson County. It briefly will be out of our KVUE area, but if it stays organized, that could move back into our area into Milam County. So we'll still watch this for you. This thing is flying, though. It is moving east, still at about 60 miles per hour. Quick note from the Weather Service. This was about 1 minute ago. They say rotational signature slightly weaker, but it's still right on the county border. Again, weaker, but we still need to take this seriously. Bartlett, I need you to be in your safe place right now. Nobody needs to be driving along 95 here, right on the Williamson County line. Need you to be sheltered, and I need you to be indoors. Let's see. Here's a report of some possible damage from the National Weather Service. They're saying reports of a vehicle in a ditch, an overturned 18-wheeler on I-35. So that was exactly as this storm passed over I-35 south of Gerald. We told you that was when the signature of the rotation and the possible tornado was strongest. Looks like that was a tornado that was down, and it still very well could be down near the Bartlett area. So anywhere right here on the Williamson County line, need you to be sheltered still right now. And in Granger, I need you to be sheltered in Granger right now, as this is strong straight line wind that is coming right into 95 right now. These storms are moving east very quickly. So Granger, Circleville, need you to be sheltered right now. Outside of that, again, I know we have all sorts of folks watching in Round Rock and Austin and Buda, and you're seeing lightning off in the distance. You're probably hearing the thunder from these storms. These are strong storms. There could be some wind 40 to 50 miles per hour in these storms, but these have not prompted any warnings. So the main concern here is northern Williamson County, where around the Bartlett area, there's some rotation there that's about to cross out of Williamson County, so that will be out of our KVUE area. But around Granger, really strong straight line winds are about to move in. That could be 60 to 65 miles per hour. That's serious wind. You may as well go ahead and treat that like a tornado warning and make sure you are in your safe place as these storms move through. And again, they're moving quickly. That is, kind of a double-edged sword. They're moving quickly, so they move through fast, but that means you don't have a lot of lead time if these quickly intensify and become strong. And they also build this forward momentum, and that makes it easier for these very strong straight line winds to get going. So that's kind of the big picture for you, but the bottom line is Granger right now, we need you to be sheltered as soon as possible. This was a tornado that very likely, based on some of the damage reports we're seeing off I-35, where some 18-wheelers were blown over. Now, that could have been a tornado, it could have been straight line winds, but this was a strong storm that has likely caused some damage near the Gerald area. And it still could be causing damage with some rotation here near Bartlett and some strong straight line winds that are heading into the Granger area right now. Okay, so here's a quick note. We're about to get a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Blanco County and Hayes County. So we're about to have a couple of warnings here as we have some strong winds that have developed there. So let's go back here. And this is going to get into a situation where we're juggling a couple of storms. So northern Williamson County, we're not forgetting about you. Granger, I need you indoors right now. If you live near Bartlett, there is still a pretty good signature for some rotation here that's going to cross across the Williamson County line into Bartlett. And if it holds together, well, this is Milam County right here, and that gets back into our KVUE area where it will be an issue. We are about to get a new warning that will include Hayes County and parts of Blanco County. So it's going to be for this area right now. Dripping Springs. Again, this warning should be coming out here in just a couple of minutes. Let's go ahead and make sure we are indoors here where there's going to be more potential for strong straight line winds. So what I'm watching for you right here, we talked about this. It's been a while since we've had significant storms like this, but back a couple of months ago, we had a really dramatic example of that. What I just circled for you, this green line, that's what we call the gust front. Okay, so that just moved through the Dripping Springs area. This is the leading edge of the wind. And again, this could be strong. We're likely going to see a severe thunderstorm warning issued for this soon. Moving through Hayes County, Wimberley, eventually this could get to you. This could be 50 to 60 mile per hour wind coming out on the leading edge of this storm. And it's going to be the same deal for Travis County, where we have the wind potential as these storms come in. So let's get back in on our velocity here for Williamson County. This is the reason that we are on TV right now, the tornado warning for northern Williamson County. Okay, so there's our new severe thunderstorm warning that we told you was coming. So they went with just a broad brush, very large severe thunderstorm warning that now includes Round Rock. It includes Austin. It includes Dripping Springs, essentially all of Travis County and going all the way into western Williamson County. So let me back out the view. We'll see how long this warning is going for. So in addition to the tornado warning, we have a warning until 10:15 for Bastrop, Hayes, Travis, and Williamson County. So this is going to be not so much for the tornado potential, although we'll watch, but this is going to be the straight line wind potential. So Bee Cave, giving you a heads up, let's get in here. Steiner Ranch, Bee Cave, Oak Hill. This is going to come right into the metro, all right? So North Austin, up here around the Domain, stretching back down towards Bee Cave. The storm is moving in right now. We've got heavy rain, we have lightning, and we have wind gusts that could be 60 miles per hour with this storm. So this one, let's see how fast this is moving, and we will do a storm track for you on this one, which is coming into the Austin metro now with winds that could be 60 plus miles per hour. So the tornado warning, northern Williamson, severe thunderstorm warning for Round Rock, Austin, down into far northern Hayes County. I still want you to essentially treat this the same, okay? We want to make sure everybody is indoors. Nobody needs to be driving at night when we have a big gusty storm coming in. You need to be indoors. If you can, if you're at home, get into an interior room. If you got a living room that doesn't have a bunch of windows, just get into the middle of the house, as these are some significant winds that are about to blow into the Austin metro. So right now, it's out towards Lake Travis. In fact, for folks in the back, we may be able to double box this. I'm looking at some of our sky cams in the background here, and I can see a tremendous amount of lightning. So if you guys see any sky cams that we can punch up here or double box, you guys just go ahead and pop that up so that everybody can see that here at home. But a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Austin area as these storms are still producing gusty winds. So 60 mile per hour wind gusts, penny size hail, moving east at 50. Okay, so I'm going to do a big storm track for you here, and we're just going to name as many of the communities in the path of this storm as possible. So we'll go about like that. It's moving east at 50. Again, these things are moving. So here's the rough timeline for you. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, pick this out, Round Rock, 9:16, moving in here shortly. Austin, right in town, in downtown, about 9:31. Austin Executive Airport, about 9:38. Elgin, 10:08. Wildwood, 10:24. Cedar Creek. So as we get 10:30 and beyond, this will be moving out of Travis then at that point into parts of Bastrop and Lee counties. Okay, and they have just completed now a severe thunderstorm warning for the entire line, and it's going to be the same deal. So for the Austin metro and now into Hayes County, same thing. Dripping Springs, The leading edge of the strong winds have already moved through, but this is going to be heavy rain, strong wind, maybe some small hail. This is moving eastward. So Wimberley, this is heading towards you. Kyle, Buda, San Marcos, all of you guys, you have a severe thunderstorm that is heading your way. So let's do another timeline here for that southern section of the line. And we'll do it for the leading edge of the winds. Again, these are moving at about 50. So if you live in Hayes County, here's a look at the timing for you. These are moving fast, so my advice to you, if you live in any of these areas, I know it looks like, hey, this is far away. Well, on another day, if these were moving 25, well, hey, you'd have a little bit of time. These are moving at 50. Okay, they're moving fast. So if you live in Wimberley, Kyle, San Marcos, Redwood, into Caldwell County, Lockhart, Driftwood, any of these areas, here's a look at your timing. 9:28 for Wimberley, about 15 minutes from now. Buda 9:41, Kyle 9:52, San Marcos 10:02, Redwood 10:16, Lockhart about 10:30. Go ahead and get into your safe places. This storm is very quickly moving in, and it has a history of producing strong winds of 60 miles per hour or more, and there could also be small hail in there. So we now have either a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning for the entire line. So northern Williamson County, Bartlett, getting out of Williamson County now, still that signature for some rotation. The reason we're not talking as much about that right now is because briefly this has gotten out of Williamson County. Now it could hold together and come back into Milam County north of Thorndale towards Cameron. So here in another minute or two, we'll get back onto that. We'll get you warned to Milam County. But if you live here in Milam County, same deal. We need you sheltered. But all of this is gusty wind potential, 60 miles per hour or higher, that is coming right into the metro. So this is a situation where nobody needs to be driving. We need you to be indoors if you can. Just treat this like a tornado warning. Make sure you're indoors with as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. Seen a few more reports here from the I-35 area. They're saying a report of trailers blocking the I-35 service road on the south side of Jarrell. They're saying fire station windows blown out, and they're looking for other reports. So again, right there south of Jarrell, we watched it with you. We're on here on KVUE Live with you as what was possibly a tornado, if not very strong straight line winds. That has caused some issues right there along the interstate, knocking over some 18-wheelers and some cars. So we'll continue to try and get some information on that for you. Starting to hear some of the wind and get in on some of the rain here at KVUE. So Round Rock right now. And again, in the back, if we have the Kalahari cam or any of our cameras, you guys can pop that up in the double box just so everybody at home can see the lightning. Or we can just pop it up full, whatever you guys want, just for a second so that everybody at home can see that. Tremendous lightning and lots of wind, which is coming in. So check this out. This is our Kalahari cam in Round Rock right now. Torrential rain. Look at all the lightning here. So this is a situation where absolutely nobody, I see some people driving, please do not get out and about and drive in this. If anybody's watching us on Facebook Live or on our KVUE app and you're driving right now, pull over. You don't need to be moving. Find some place. If there's a gas station or a restaurant where you can get in real quick, let this thing pass through. This is a torrential rain and wind that is blowing into Round Rock right now as severe storms are moving in. So we have a line of storms that is now stretching from Georgetown to Round Rock to Lake Travis, to Dripping Springs, to Blanco. The entire line now has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning. So everybody out ahead of this, I need you to prepare for winds of 60 miles per hour. And again, we had evidence of a spin-up tornado earlier over Williamson County, and still that threat is there north of the Granger area near Bartlett. We can't rule out another incident where that happens. So just a situation where everybody needs to be indoors right now as we have some dangerous storms that are blowing in. So here's the velocity. Again, Granger, the 95 corridor up to Bartlett. We need to make sure you are indoors and you are sheltered right now. This blue in here, all of this is severe wind that is coming in with these storms. The tornado warning is set to expire at 9:30, and again, where what's left of the rotation is kind of right here. It's right on the line. So Bartlett, which is just across the Williamson County line north of our KVUE area, needs to be sheltered. And if this holds together, it's going to come back into parts of Milam County. And if anybody has any reports of damage, you can send that in. Yeah, quick note from the National Weather Service. They say the tornado threat from the signature that produced the damage near Gerald is now departing Williamson County. So exactly as we said, the rotation is now moving out of Williamson County. So the tornado warning, it's 9:19 right now, still has another 11 minutes on it. We'll see if they maybe drop that off early. But again, as the issues shift out of Williamson County, we still need to watch Milam County later on down the line, and there is still significant straight line wind potential for the Granger area right now. Seeing all sorts of reports here of 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts with this line of storms, and it could be at least that. Again, plan on 60 mile per hour winds and plan on being indoors as this all comes in. Let's see, let's do another storm track for you. And then what we'll do is we will real quick hop into our models and we'll show that this will quickly move out of our area. So midnight, 1 a.m., we'll start getting this out of here. But for now, we need to plan on this potential for very significant straight line winds. So we're just going to do the entire line. Again, it's wind potential and an isolated spin up tornado for the entire line, and it's moving east at 50. So here's the updated timeline for you. If you see your community or anywhere near where you live, we want to make sure you're indoors. There's a tornado warning for northern Williamson County right now, but aside from the tornado warning, we have now severe thunderstorm warnings for that wind potential for the entire I-35 corridor and the entire Austin metro. 50 to 60 mile per hour plus winds will be possible. So for the domain, it's moving in right now. Here in North Austin, I can hear on the roof here at KVUE, we're starting to get a little wind, starting to get the rain. Austin, we're looking at about 9:38, so another 10 to 15 minutes from now. Wimberley, about 10 p.m. Elgin, 10:13. Butte, 10:25. San Marcos, 10:30. So here within the hour. Wildwood, 10:46. Cedar Creek and Bastrop, getting into parts of Bastrop County as we go into the 11 p.m. hour and beyond. And I'll tell you, we're still watching this tornado signature that is right on the northern Williamson County line. This is right here along FM 487 and West Clark Street. Far northern Williamson County and then into the Bartlett area. Any of these areas, we still need you to be sheltered here where there's the potential, although it's not quite the signature that we had earlier near Gerald. There's still potential there for a tornado. And outside of that, from Bartlett down to Granger, we have significant straight line wind potential right in here. So a little rotation in here, straight line wind potential, and we're going to have to watch this for you. It's right on the northern Williamson County line. It's going to pass out of Williamson County, but then it could be an issue for Milam County a little farther down the line. We continue to search through. I'm seeing a few more damage reports near Gerald, and we just hate to see that. Seeing a report of some thunderstorm wind damage. This was just prior to 9 o'clock. District Command reports trailers blocking the I-35 service road in Gerald. Also reports of windows blowing out the Gerald fire station. So that's another report of the one that we passed along to you earlier. So that is the type of damage that these storms can do. We don't know yet if it was a tornado, if it was straight line winds, but frankly, it doesn't matter all too much. That's still damage, and that could be now moving into the Bartlett area and into the Granger area. So anywhere here in northern Williamson County, I need you to be sheltered. And anywhere now from Round Rock, any part of the Austin metro, and down into Hayes County. Remember, we now have severe thunderstorm warnings for this entire stretch, this entire line of storms. So everybody here is going to get the possibility of severe wind, heavy rain, and the potential for lightning. Okay, just got a good note here. So the National Weather Service, they're going to expire now the tornado warning for Williamson County. Again, that is because the rotation is now moving out of Williamson County. So this is going to drop off here in the next couple of minutes. Now still, I need to watch for Milam County. It's going to go out of our KVUE area. If it keeps holding together and keeps moving east, this could be an issue for Milam County. So we're not out of the woods with that tornadic circulation yet, but that tornado warning should drop off here shortly. Okay, got a new radar scan here. Let's make sure Looks like the Granger radar is having some issues there, so we're going to make sure we are dealing with our other radar here. But we have heavy rain now moving into the Austin area. Okay, so this right here, again, that's the outflow boundary from downtown Austin all the way down to Wimberley. This is the leading edge of the wind. Okay, that could be 50 to 60, blowing into the metro. So now, if you live in East Austin, this wind is just a few minutes away from you. Eastern Travis County, down around the airport, down around Coda. It's going to cross over 183. Again, just about everybody here on the I-35 corridor is going to get some form or fashion of heavy rain, lightning, and wind as these storms move through. You can see on the bottom of your screen as well, if you have any storm reports, there's the number. If you can safely send those in to us, we would really appreciate that. We've seen a number of reports already from the National Weather Service coming out of the Jarrell area, where the possible tornado passed just south of Jarrell, crossed over I-35. We have a report of some tractor trailers that had been flipped over on the I-35 service road there. They say that the fire department there had windows blown out. So possible tornado, straight line wind damage. That's the type of potential that these storms have as they're pushing quickly east at about 50. We're just keeping an eye on all the possible reports here, sifting through everything. Lots of reports, people just saying tons of lightning, tons of thunder, pouring rain, high winds, and power flash near Duval and North Austin near the Domain. It's going to be the exact same situation for just about everybody as these storms move in. So let's get back into the velocity here. So the one thing that I really want to keep a close eye on is the same issue that we had in Jarrell. For the most part, this is straight line wind potential. Now, I like this. I'm not seeing any twists in the line here. So that's straight line winds, 60, 70. We need to take that seriously. But I'm not seeing anything like what we had south of Jarrell earlier, where you get a little kink in the line, you get a little twist. That's where you could get a quick, short-lived tornado. I'm not seeing anything like that. I'm just seeing straight line wind potential here. But this could be 60 plus miles per hour. That's now heading towards Buda, Kyle, San Marcos, Austin Metro. Again, just about everybody getting in some form or fashion with this damaging wind potential. So let's go county by county here. Start with Hayes County. We'll start on the southern edge of this line. Wimberley, you're getting into it now. So this is the leading edge of the wind right here. Wimberley, the leading edge has moved in, and then back behind that, here's more wind, heavy rain, tons of lightning. We showed you that view from our Kalahari cam. These storms are producing so much lightning. So we may have an issue too. I mean, we have this combo of wind and lightning. We'll need to watch out for some power outages. So if we start getting any reports of that, you guys let me know. Getting back into northern Hayes County, Buda. Okay, so Hayes County is heading towards Kyle too. Up into the Austin Metro. Here, we're going to make sure, so understandably, looks like the radar up there near Killeen is having some issues. So we're going to turn that one off. We'll make sure we're working with the latest data here. Obviously, that one had tremendous winds in that tornado-warned storm that moved over. So Taylor, Hutto, Granger, heads up. Again, the storm that still officially has that tornado warning with it. We're watching where most of the circulation, it looks like, has passed out of northern Williamson County, but that warning will technically go for another 2 minutes. We'll watch it from Milam County as well, as this could end up in Milam County if it holds together. In fact, now that we have this latest scan here, if you live near Tracy, north of San Gabriel, and the Cameron area, we still have this tornado warning for western Milam County. Tons of wind and rain that is heading into the Austin area right now. Again, this is something we absolutely need you to be inside as this is blowing through. So I can hear it now here on the roof at KVUE, where we've got the heavy rain and the lightning that has moved on through. Here's the leading edge of it right now, which is going to pass into East Austin now here shortly, and then head into eastern Travis County. So it's going to be out around the airport and impacting areas like that out around Coda. So let's hop into a model real quick, and I just want to show the potential as these storms continue to move away to the east. So what happens, again, we get this line that continues to move through. Here, we'll scoot this out of the way for you. 11, and by midnight, I think a lot of this is going to be out of Fayette County, all right? So these storms are moving quickly. They're moving east at about 50. They're very strong storms. We have wind potential with them. We want to make sure you're inside, but these things are moving through. So give it another 2-3 hours and we're going to be drying out here in central Texas. Now it's still going to be tremendously windy even behind the storms overnight, but this is our model shown by midnight, if not sooner, Fayette County, and then moving east, and we will be done with the severe weather potential. But for now, we do still have a tornado watch, which continues for all of our areas, Burnett County, I-35 corridor points east until midnight with this potential for damaging straight line winds and embedded tornadoes, which is exactly what we have moving in across the metro right now. So I believe we're still getting data that is delayed from our Granger radar, which again took a hit from the strong storm. So that's why we're doing the New Braunfels radar, even though we have storms that are farther north. So we just want to make sure that we're giving you the absolute latest data here. And we're going to make sure, again, we'll get that turned off just so that one does not turn on and give you any late data. Okay, getting some updates now as far as power outage reports in Williamson County. Hearing 3,700 reports of power outages in Williamson County. So again, we've had this tornado warned storm moving in that's moved through the Gerald area north of Georgetown. The Round Rock area, hey, the wind and the rain, that's already starting to push out of your area. Again, they're moving fast, but all of this has been severe thunderstorm with wind, lots of lightning and rain, so that has caused quite a few power outages over Williamson County, and it's entirely possible that we have a similar scenario play out as these storms move into the Austin area. So we have some folks who are without power right now. Okay, so we turned over into 9:30, and actually a couple pieces of good news here. So the tornado warning, which again, the threat had moved out in northern Williamson County, they have now also dropped the tornado warning for Milam County. So I still want to watch this. We've got a little bit of a twist there. Again, it's still rotating, but the National Weather Service is saying it's broad enough that it's not an immediate concern for tornado. Now, I'm going to watch this for you. But for now, this is mainly a straight line wind threat coming into the Cameron area and coming into central Milam County. So we no longer have any tornado warnings. But this is a big deal. This is a big line of storms coming into the Austin metro. So we're going to stay with you as these storms push through. This is a solid line of severe thunderstorm warnings. So all of this, normally we'd get in close, we'd talk about individual communities. We don't really need to do that with this scenario because we know that this is just a block of strong to severe storms where the wind potential is everywhere. This is right now from our downtown sky camera, as this is what's moving into the heart of downtown right now. I can see our sky cams off in the distance. We have a tremendous amount of lightning. It is pouring rain right now over downtown Austin. Like we told you, the leading edge of the wind has now pushed through. Okay, so that's coming into East Austin. We're getting back into the heavy rain over downtown right now. And this is just going to keep marching east. Okay, so next up, it's going to be Lee County. It's going to be Bastrop County, Eastern Travis County, Eastern Hayes County, into Caldwell County. We're not seeing any signs that this is weakening down. What we want to do, though, is hop back into the velocity here and see what some of the radar estimated wind speeds are that are heading into the metro. Let me get you back over to most recent data. Again, the Colleen radar is causing some issues here. It took a direct hit from that storm with strong winds, and it is having a hard time getting the latest data back to us. You know what we can do is actually we can go in with the latest numbers. Let's see what we got showing up here. Wow. Okay. So latest report from Camp Mabry in the city for Austin, 22 mile per hour sustained winds, 45 mile per hour wind gust. So again, the severe thunderstorm warning is for 50 plus, 58 plus mile per hour winds that could be 60 to 65 miles per hour. We have confirmed now of at least 45 in Austin. That is plenty of wind to cause issues with power outages. Again, we told you nearly 4,000 without power in Williamson County right now. And that could cause some limbs and stuff to go down, just a situation where absolutely nobody needs to be out driving. Now, even back behind it, okay, Burnett's gusting to 35, Fredericksburg's gusting to 25. I know we have the storms coming through right now, but even once the storms move out, I really think we're going to have some very strong winds behind the front tonight. That's why we have the wind advisory overnight, okay? So the storms will give us the severe weather threat, but even back behind it, Hopefully at this point everybody has anything that's loose out in the yard or Halloween decorations. Hopefully you have that inside already. But even behind the storms, we're going to have more wind that's coming in overnight on the backside of our cold front. And again, just real quick to show you, we do have a wind advisory 11 p.m. to 9 a.m. tonight with wind gust outside of storms that could be 50 miles per hour or even higher in spots. So we have torrential rain, lightning that is moving right into the core of the downtown Austin area right now. And this will pretty quickly. So Camp Mabry, we had that 45 mile per hour wind gust confirmed with the official sensor there. This is going to continue pushing east. So Montopolis, you're going to get into the heavy rain here soon. The leading edge of the wind has already passed through. And next up, this is heading towards Mustang Ridge, Coda, Weberville. Seeing another report here. Austin Energy is saying about 3,000 outages near Palmer and Mopac. So that's going to be up here in North Austin. Again, where the storms have moved through, we're starting to see reports North Austin and Williamson County where we're getting a number of power outages. And I imagine, hey, these storms haven't weakened. We're probably going to get more reports of that as these continue to move southeast of here. So Mustang Ridge, Coda, Weberville, you guys are next up. This line right here, remember that's the outflow boundary. Okay, so that's the leading edge of the wind. That's going to come through. You're going to get a big rush of wind. And then the heavy rain, the lightning, and some more wind is going to come in back behind that. We are hearing tons of thunder here, and this is a mean storm coming into Hays County right now. And I want to watch this for you. So this has my attention, okay? So this is starting to get a look a little bit closer to what we had up near the Gerald area, okay? Where we're getting a little bit of a twist in the line right here, okay? New update. Still a little bit of a twist right in there. Maybe some right here. So we're going to watch. This is going to be lots of straight line wind that is heading. Kyle, this is going to be in here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. San Marcos, 15, 30 minutes, if not sooner. This is going to be moving into your area. This is straight line wind, and I'm watching where it's trying to twist in a few spots. So we'll have to make sure through the rest of tonight that we don't get any embedded spin-up tornadoes like what we had in Williamson County. Just to do the big picture for everybody, I know we get so caught up on individual storms, just to give you the big picture. So for the Hill Country, Mason, Llano, Fredericksburg, there's a little bit of rain right here, but your severe weather threat is over. Burnett County, Blanco County, severe weather threat has ended. This will pretty quickly here move through the Austin area. So this solid line has all prompted a severe thunderstorm warning with wind gusts that could be 60 plus. We've got a confirmed number of 45 plus miles per hour at Camp Mabry. This is going to keep pushing southeastward, so Caldwell County, Bastrop County, Lee County, Fayette County. There's no reason to think, based on what we're seeing here, that this will weaken substantially. So plan on at some point being under a severe thunderstorm warning. As this moves through, there could be an embedded tornado. We had the one tornado warning over northern Williamson County. But once this moves through, severe weather threat has ended. So by midnight, 1 a.m., I think this is already out of here as we get our cold front that's going to move through. In fact, let me just back out the view a little bit just to show you the clearing line here. Again, that's going to be it. This will not be severe. There will not be severe weather issues with this stuff. This is just shower activity coming in back behind the main cold front. This line's going to continue organizing. It was exactly like what we thought. We had scattered storms that gelled together over the Hill Country. Now we have this squall line that is pushing through. It's going to keep pushing down to the southeast. So for Caldwell County, Bastrop County, Lee County, Fayette County out ahead of this, you are going to get in on the wind, the heavy rain, and the lightning here shortly. We're seeing all sorts of reports of various power outages, especially over northern Travis and southern Williamson County. Just another note here, Austin Energy now showing 4,000 plus without power across parts of the metro. So we've got a lot of folks here who are without power now as these storms have really brought some gusty winds in here. So let's get back in a little bit closer here for the Austin Metro, and we're just going to explain everything for you. And we'll start down here in Hays County. Okay, still a couple things that have my attention. And I'll tell you, a lot of times when you get a line like this that forms, what you need to watch is the far southern edge of the line. That's where things tend to try and spin a little bit, okay? So this is the southern edge now. We'll watch here. Again, we'll wait and see if any of this can try and organize, spin a little bit tighter. Got a little twist in the line right here. Mainly straight line winds, but again, if you get a little kink in the line, things can spin up enough for a quick tornado. That could have been what happened to Gerald earlier. Same type of thing. We'll watch this from Kyle to Buda. It's a strong straight line wind potential here with the leading edge coming into Kyle now. We'll watch that. For now, it's just severe thunderstorm warnings, but we're going to keep a real close eye on all of this as it comes through. And the same deal right now for the Austin area. Manor about to get into heavy rain. Weberville about to get into heavy rain. I would say that at this point, though, the strongest part of the line is what we talked about here in Hayes County. I want to hop in here on our velocity as well. We'll try and get you some of the latest wind speeds in here. Not showing anything too dramatic here. Again, sometimes you just don't get the signature. It's showing anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour. But I would venture to say that this could be substantially higher than that. New update, 4,700 plus power outages in Williamson County. And again, I suspect we're going to have similar issues in Hayes County and Travis County as this stuff continues to push to the east. So let's do another storm track for everybody as these move east at 50. Just want to get you warned as far out ahead as we possibly can. No longer any tornado warnings that we're tracking. This is just a solid line of severe thunderstorm warnings, which is right along the I-35 corridor and the heart of the Austin Metro right now. So here's the latest timing for you. San Marcos, it's going to move in here shortly. Redwood, 9:56. Cedar Creek, 10:07. Bastrop, 10:27. Dimebox, 10:35. Luling, 10:44. Eventually getting here into parts of Lee County. Giddings, 10:53, Somerville, 11:09. We're going to get this LaGrange, perhaps prior to midnight. And again, by midnight or 12:30, I think we'll get this out of here. So it's the double-edged sword when you have fast-moving storms like this. It's hard. You got to be prepared well out ahead of this thing because it moves into town real quick, but it also moves out quickly. So Round Rock and Georgetown, you're already on the back side of this. So Round Rock and Georgetown, it's still going to be really windy overnight, okay? But your severe weather threat has ended. But we still have these. Okay, so here's a new view from our tower cam. And again, exactly what we're saying. This is significantly calmer than what we had for you when we showed you about 10-15 minutes ago where there was all sorts of wind and lightning here. Still raining. There's a little bit of lightning, but this is not the same vicious storm from earlier. So as we give you the earliest possible heads up, Cedar Creek, San Marcos, Luling, Lee County, Giddings, Dimebox, we give you the heads up. Make sure you are indoors. Let these things pass. Then they will move out. These are moving east at 50, so it will pass through pretty quickly. Now from Lake Travis, western Travis County, western Williamson County, the severe weather threat for you has ended. But ahead of it, we still need you to take it seriously from Milam County down into central Travis County, into Hayes County. We still have this solid line of severe storms that has come through. We have all sorts of issues with power outages being reported across the metro. We have substantial winds that are coming in, still 60+ mile per hour winds, tons of lightning. There could also be some small hail in there. Let's check in with the National Weather Service chat, see what the latest they are tracking. Okay, so here's a note from the National Weather Service. This is pretty encouraging. They say, based on what they're seeing with the gust front and getting this out ahead of the storms a little bit, they think that the tornado threat is dwindling, including over Williamson and Milam and Lee counties. So what they're saying is once you start to get the gust front that gets out ahead of the storms, and let's take down here in Hayes County, for example. So we have the storm back here, Kyle, Buda, southern Hayes County, pouring rain right now. This line right here is the leading edge of the winds, and notice it has a little separation out from the storm. Now that does not diminish the straight line wind threat. That's still the leading edge of what is 50, 60+ mile per hour winds. But once that outflow gets pushed out from the storm, it's a little bit harder for you to get those twists, to get the little kinks in the line that we talked about. It's a little bit harder to get the rotation that you need for a quick, short-lived tornado. So this is not to say that our straight line wind potential is lowering, but this is to say that the tornado threat seems to be lower. Now, when you have a big line of storms like this, you still need to watch everything, but for the time being, this is relatively encouraging. We don't have any active tornado warnings. We just had the one over northern Williamson County. That's been allowed to expire. We're going to watch it carefully, but for now it looks like the tornado threat has lowered a little bit. But we still need to watch the straight line wind potential for you as all of this is moving in. In addition to that, let's see. Here's a report it's a report from Gerald earlier. They're saying possible tornado damage located on I-35 southbound between exits 273 and 272 in Gerald on the access road. There was a flipped over empty livestock flatbed trailer, and additionally there was a semi truck that was flipped over on its side on I-35 southbound. They're saying that was right in the same area where we had the well-defined couplet. So they'll go out tomorrow or in the coming days. Obviously they'll survey the damage, but it does appear it's probably likely that we had some sort of tornado that passed there south of Gerald and it passed over I-35 and has caused some issues. Here's a report from Travis County. Broken tree limbs, shingles blown off the roof. That's the type of thing that just the straight line wind damage, aside from any tornado threat, that we could get as these 50 to 60 plus mile per hour winds are blowing through. So it does not take a tornado to cause damage. Straight line winds of 60 miles per hour are plenty enough to cause some issues, get some limbs down, and all sorts of stuff like that. Trying to see if we have any updates here as far as wind speeds. Again, that last report was 45 miles per hour for Austin Camp Mabry. 35 mile per hour wind gust was last reported for Burnett. But even behind the storms, we're going to have more gusty wind potential that comes in overnight tonight. So that could still be enough for potentially some minor damage. But for now, our main concern is this line of severe storms that is rolling on through. This has now for about an hour been producing pretty solid block here of gusty straight line winds with potential for 60 plus miles per hour. And this is still severe warn. We're going to see how long all of these warnings go through, because it's about time that we'll start to see these potentially get re-upped a little farther to the southeast. So this warning goes for another 30 minutes till 10:15. This is the warning that includes most of the Austin Metro for Bastrop, Hayes, Travis, Williamson. If this gets extended, it will go into Lee and the rest of Bastrop County and likely into Fayette County. This warning for Hayes County goes into Caldwell County. This one is also set to expire at 10:15, and this one's got a little bit more room here. So Lockhart, you're still out ahead of this. You still have the wind and the heavy rain and lightning that is yet to get in yet. So Lockhart is still out ahead of this, but that warning is also set to go until 10:15. So another 30 minutes. Then we'll see if they extend those any farther southeastward. So let's go into our model here. And again, just want to show you kind of the latest timing as far as hopefully getting these things out of here by about midnight or so. So what we'll do is we'll hop into our high-res model. We've got a new run. This is actually picked up pretty well on things. So there's 10:30. So here's 11. So this is model data. Remember, this is not the radar. It's what our model is projecting. Our model is showing that by 11 p.m., this is the leading edge here that has pushed through Lee County, pushing into Fayette County, and has really pushed through Caldwell County. So that's 11 p.m. We go farther into midnight, and the leading edge is pretty much through. So then we still have some lingering rain back here, breezy conditions, but really by about midnight, our severe weather threat is pretty much done with here. And that's pretty consistent with what our models have been showing through the day. The rest of the overnight, we are not expecting more rain to move in. Tomorrow morning is going to be breezy, but dry and much cooler behind our front. A completely different feel. Will be down in the 50s by tomorrow morning. So that is the latest model data for you. Thankfully, we got a pretty good idea on this earlier this afternoon as far as the timing, and for the most part, that has panned out, but now it is just getting through here as far as getting these storms to pass on through. Now, San Marcos, want to give you a heads up. This is the leading edge of the wind that's coming in right now. So the same thing that we said earlier for the northern I-35 corridor, we're going to say the same thing, okay, for the southern I-35 corridor. If you know anybody who could be driving on I-35 right now from San Marcos up to Kyle, nobody needs to be driving right now. Give them a call, shoot them a text, make sure they pull over, let the leading edge at least of this wind move through, and then probably. Okay, so this is a live view right now from Gerald. We told you the damage reports that the National Weather Service was getting. This is the 18-wheeler that was blown off of the road. This is right on I-35. You can see the 18-wheeler there, which has been flipped over on its side. This really syncs up well with where the couplet, where we had that rotation, which prompted the initial tornado warning, where that moved through. So we do not yet know if this was a tornado or if it was straight line wind damage. Either could produce this, but based on the fact that we're seeing pretty good and significant reports of damage there around the Gerald area, I'm leaning towards that being a quick tornado that passed over the interstate there. So we've got crews on the scene over northern Williamson County. We've also been watching the power outage situation for you over Williamson County and some more reports over northern Travis County. We'll continue to get you the very latest there as far as damage reports from behind the storms. But ahead of the storms, we still want to make sure everybody is up to speed and everybody knows that we still have some wind that is coming in here. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to give you one last look at the radar. We're going to run through things. We're going to show you the model one more time. Then we're going to sign off here for about 10 minutes. We're going to regroup and we'll have full updates on everything coming up for our 10 o'clock newscast. But all of our tornado warnings, or the one tornado warning from earlier, has been allowed to expire. We now have severe thunderstorm warnings that stretch all the way across our area. So from Milam County, Williamson, Travis, down into Hayes County. For Austin, we still have heavy rain, but the leading edge of the wind has moved out, and overall the weather's calmer than what we had about 15-30 minutes ago. But this is still a pretty strong storm here that is moving into Kyle right now, and the leading edge of the wind is now into Caldwell County. So this is heading towards Lockhart, right along 183 there. Leading edge of the wind has moved into the San Marcos area, then back behind it, more wind, heavy rain, and lightning. So by midnight or 12:30, we're going to get most of this out of here. We'll show you the model one more time just to show you. Now behind it, there's still going to be some very windy weather aside from the thunderstorms that comes in behind the cold front. But here's the timing for you. I think our model has a pretty good idea here. Shown by here's 11, 11:30, 12. And as you can see, by 12 and especially beyond into 12:30 and 1, this has, for the most part, moved out of our area. Okay, so a reminder, everybody out ahead of this. Bastrop County, Lee County, Caldwell County, make sure you are indoors as we have very substantial winds that could still be 50 to 60 plus miles per hour that are coming in. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10 o'clock with a full update on any of the damage reports over Williamson County and the latest on these storms. We'll see you then.
And I'm Quita Culpepper, and we want to get straight to the forecast. Parts of Williamson County had a tornado warning earlier this evening. The storms are still moving across central Texas. And Hunter, what are you seeing on the radar right now?
You know, the good news is we no longer have any tornado warnings. So we have seen some damage reports from northern Williamson County along I-35 south of Gerald, where a possible tornado could have crossed over the interstate. We're going to talk more about that later in the show. But for now, it is severe thunderstorm warnings that have blanketed this entire line of storms, still with the potential for some gusty winds, especially here over Hays County. So this is the leading edge of the wind now going into western Caldwell County, so Lockhart, about to get into some breezy weather, and then very heavy rain and more wind back behind that from San Marcos up to Kyle. Now the severe thunderstorm warning goes into western Bastrop County as you go farther north up the line, also into western Lee County. The storm's now starting to outrun that warning, and we'll see if the National Weather Service elects to extend that. The storms farther north are a bit weaker. Now still, this is very gusty wind that could head into town in Bastrop, up into parts of Lee County around Giddings. But this could be a sign of some weakening where maybe it's 40 to 50 mile per hour winds and not 50 to 60 plus mile per hour winds. Over Milam County, this is still some very breezy weather, heavy rain, lots of lightning. Over eastern Milam County, that again is about to move east of our KVUE area altogether. And that's the good news with these storms moving so fast. Now it's tough, you got to be aware of this out ahead of it, but it also means they move through quickly. So gusty wind potential will continue into Bastrop, Lee, Fayette counties as we get closer to the 11 p.m. hour into midnight. But by midnight and especially beyond into 12:30, we're really done with the rain. So as you can see, tomorrow morning, storms are completely gone, but it is windy and it is much, much cooler. Now tonight, we'll talk more about this coming up in the full forecast. Even after the storms move through, we're not out of the woods with gusty winds just yet. There could still be wind gusts of 50 miles per hour behind the storms tonight. That's why we have a wind advisory overnight. We're going to talk much more about the forecast and the latest on our storms coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Hunter, we'll check in with you in just a little bit. Thank you.
Sounds good.
All right, as Hunter was saying, those very high winds ripped through the Gerald and Granger area this evening. And Darrenisha Heron joins us now live from the Gerald area because earlier we got a report of an 18-wheeler that had been overturned on I-35. That's where she is right now tonight. Darrenisha, tell us more.
Quita and Brian, like you said, I am off of I-35 about 2 miles from Gerald, south of Gerald. I'm going to step aside so you can see that over 18-wheeler. Now, right now, it appears that traffic is at a standstill. It seems like some of the vehicles are getting around the traffic by going on the feeder, but as far as those vehicles that are stuck on I-35, they're not moving at the moment. Right now, we do not know the condition of the driver of this 18-wheeler, but we also have reports of a couple of vehicles being turned over in this area as well. At this time, I have not seen those vehicles, just this 18-wheeler. But right now, I'm checking in with authorities, checking in with officials to find out the condition of the driver and how long this road, or rather I-35, is going to be blocked off in this way. So I'm going to keep you guys updated on what's happening here south of Gerald.
All right, that's Darrenisha Heron reporting for us in Williamson County. Darrenisha, thank you.
Now, if you've lived here in the Austin area for a while, you know that Gerald has a deadly history with tornadoes. In 1997, an F5 tornado hit that town, killing 27 people. That devastating tornado killed many livestock as well and leveled buildings and homes to the ground.
In addition to what Darrenisha was seeing there in northern Williamson County, we're getting some other reports of storm damage, power outages all across the area. Let's bring in meteorologist Shane Hinton now. Shane, what are you seeing out there tonight?
Well, Brian, we're continuing to track a lot of the updates from the National Weather Service and the storm reports that they're seeing. As you can see across the area, especially to the northern portion of the I-35 corridor, we've been tracking several storm reports for you this evening. You can see as we make our way throughout the next couple of hours, we could be seeing additional developments as that line of storms pushes out towards the coastal plains. I want to zoom in specifically as we make our way toward the Gerald area because that's where Darrenisha was reporting from. Keep in mind, not only do we have the reports of the trailer being blown over, but also blown out windows at the Gerald Fire Station. As you mentioned, around 8:50, we got that report of the trailer being overturned really on the side side of the road. Now, those aren't the only reports that we've been receiving. As we make our way a little bit further to the north, we're getting reports of 4-inch tree limbs snapped in half. Also, half dollar-sized inch hail reported. Now, this was all included with the National Weather Service's outlook for today. The conditions we're going to be continuing to monitor as we go throughout the next few hours is going to be the potential for damaging winds, gusts up to 60 miles per hour. We're talking hail up to about an inch in diameter, and also the potential for isolated tornadoes. Now, as Hunter was mentioning a little bit earlier, they're still going to have to go and report on whether or not these were confirmed tornadoes. They'll have to wait till daytime for that. But we can expect very similar conditions like this, shingles being blown off of the roofs as we go throughout the next couple of hours. This is going to be a system that we're going to have to monitor very closely, you guys. Quita?
All right, thank you, Shane. And let's take a look at some of our live cameras across Central Texas. This is a live look at our Kalahari camera. You can see some rain droplets on that camera, but it's no longer shaking the way it was earlier when those high winds were coming through.
Back here in Austin, we're still seeing some of that lightning out to the east. These storms, though, moving out fast. They moved out about as fast as they moved in today as you're taking a live look out over the state capitol tonight.
And here's a look from our Oasis camera on Lake Travis. Now, this camera is pointing west. We're no longer seeing a lot of strong rain, but you can still see a little bit of lightning there in the distance coming out of the clouds.
Of course, with these heavy winds, you know you're going to have power outages, and that has happened. Power has been knocked out for thousands of Central Texans tonight. According to Encore's power outage map, more than 4,800 customers are without power in Williamson County at this hour. The storm knocked out power for Austin Energy customers as well. Here's a look at the current outage map for Austin Energy. Right now, they're reporting more than 8,800 customers without power just after 10 o'clock tonight.
Now, ahead of this storm, Governor Greg Abbott activated state resources. Texas A&M Task Force 1 and 2 have boat squads and urban search and rescue teams ready to respond just in case they're needed in the aftermath of any storms across the state. Now, stay up to date with the latest weather updates on the KVUE app. It is free in the App Store. Early voting is officially underway.